Good morning to you all once again. Breakfast is now ready. It's being served at the back of the room. So you're all welcome to have a cup of tea and some bites. Please allow me to just say a short prayer for the breakfast. Let's pray. For what we are about to receive, we truly thank you, Lord. We ask you to sanctify it. May it nourish our bodies and give us health and strength to do your will. In Jesus Christ's name we pray. Amen. We'll start right after the breakfast. So you're welcome for breakfast. Dear ladies and gentlemen, may you please take your seats. We are beginning with our program. We shall commence with our program as we await the Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, who is on his way. The Honorable Director of Public Prosecutions, Honorable Judges of the High Court of Uganda, Chairpersons of Constitutional Commissions, the Senior Technical Advisor of the Governance and Security Program, Access to Justice Sub-Program, representative of the Inspector General of Police, representative of the Commissioner General of Prisons, members of top management of the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, former members of top management of the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, your worships present, executive directors, heads of non-governmental organizations, officials from ministries, departments, and agencies, members of the Fourth Estate, distinguished dignitaries in all your respective capacities, good morning. I warmly welcome you all to this high-level meeting that is intended to update you, the top-level managers of the criminal justice system, on the achievements of the Global Fund project on a rights-based approach to remove barriers to prevention, access, uptake, and retention to HIV, TB, and malaria services within the criminal justice system. The Global Fund project on a rights-based approach to remove barriers to prevention, access, uptake, and retention to HIV, TB, and malaria services within the criminal running for 6 years now. And currently it's in its second phase of implementation. Several achievements have been made in the second phase, and we're here to know what those achievements are and to appreciate them. My name is Jacqueline Okwi. I'm a senior state attorney and the public relations officer of the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions. I'll be your MC for this event. Please permit me to briefly take you through the program for the day. We are going to have an opening prayer, followed by anthems when the minister arrives. We shall have introductory remarks from Ms. Proskovia Ayebare. She's the project coordinator of the Global Fund project, and she'll take us through the achievements of the project and specific objectives of this meeting. Thereafter, we shall have remarks by the Honorable Director of Public Prosecutions, which will be followed by a presentation on ensuring quality of health services, a call for joint efforts to end TB, HIV, and malaria in the criminal justice system. We shall then have a panel discussion on the subject, and it will be followed by a plenary, and thereafter we shall have remarks by our chief guest, the Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. We shall then have a group photo and then depart at leisure after lunch. Please permit me to invite Ms. Irene Nachimbugwe to say a prayer for us before we begin. Irene.
Let's humble ourselves for a word of prayer. Dear Lord, as we gather today, we bring your preserve with us. We speak your peace, your grace, and your perfect order into this space. We acknowledge your Lordship in all that will be spoken, decided, and accomplished within these walls. We thank you for the gift you have given us, for we do not take them for granted, but we commit to use them responsibly. Give us a fresh supply of truth and integrity from which we will draw our strength in doing your job. Anoint our creativity, our ideas, our energy, so that even the smallest task may bring you honor. And Lord, even this day's most stressful moment, may we rest in you, and may your will be done. In Jesus' name I've prayed.
Thank you so much, Ms. Irene. Ladies and gentlemen, I now take this opportunity to invite Ms. Ayebare Proskovia, who is the project coordinator of the Global Fund project. She's the brains behind this project. I usually call her the brains behind this project, and she's an amazing lady. She's going to take us through the project achievements and objectives of why we are here. Ms. Prosi.
Thank you, Jackie. Ladies and gentlemen, protocol observed. Before I say a word, I had hoped that I would see the Director General of Uganda AIDS Commission yes, my Lord, I wanted to express gratitude and probably invite him to say a word before me. The very gentleman is my mentor. I have hijacked you because I hadn't seen you before. Please step forward. And that he says something before I even present. He ushered us, particularly me, into the writing of Global Fund. He picked our idea, the very first one to pick it, and he fronted me, even when I was not able to reach. Mr. DG, please.
Thank you, Prosi. All protocol observed. As you can imagine, I wasn't prepared to speak at all this morning. My name is Dr. Nelson Musova. I'm the Director General of Uganda AIDS Commission. I've been a public health practitioner for, it's coming close to 30 years now. So I met Prosi during my duty of work many years back. And because we know that there is no single aim or objective that you can achieve alone, and clearly from where she was coming from, the partnership was crucial. We started working together, and I'm very pleased. I would like to thank the DPP for inviting us and convening us this morning. We are going to have an important conversation because among the general population that we serve, the area of justice, law, and human rights remains quite complex, and it's very pleasing to see the stakeholders from that sector coming together to discuss this area of public health, of access to services, of stigma and discrimination, challenging aspects of our work that we continue to grapple with. So I'm looking forward to the conversations coming from here, and hopefully they will continue to inform the work that we do together. Thank you very much, and thank you, Proskovia, for the opportunity to speak. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Director General, Uganda AIDS Commission. And when he gave birth to me and I was crawling, Another lady, the United Nations, the UN AIDS in Uganda picked me up, and it was Sarah that now became the champion or the leader of criminal justice system. She has worked with us all this journey, and you are part of the updating that we are doing today. Sarah, if it pleases you, step forward and greet the people, and especially that the DPP will see you. Please.
Good morning. By the names of Sarah Nanko, I work with UNAIDS Uganda Country Office. My role is on community mobilization and networking. Just like the DG said, I wasn't also prepared to give remarks, but she asked me to say hello so that the DPP can see who Sarah Nanko is. But I'm also here to see the others that had not seen before. But I know I have you at heart. When we were starting with Prosi, at a certain point, I didn't know that we'll reach this far, but I'm glad that we are where we are now. You're an important sector in this country, but also a very important sector in the HIV response. Without you, we can't achieve much. But we are certain that with you being on board, we'll even be in position to achieve more. I'm glad that we are holding this meeting today. We had a discussion with Prosi after the meeting in Mbarara at that time. And I asked her, can we do something that takes stock of what has been achieved in this particular period? Prosi, thank you for taking this forward. I really, really appreciate. And we also thank you for the work and the good work you're doing within your different sectors. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, we will have a presentation. My name is Ayebare Proskovia. I am a senior state prosecutor at the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, and I am passionate on ending diseases. In this presentation, we shall have the introduction, the overview, the progress update. We look at what needs to be done, ongoing efforts, and required collaboration, and we shall conclude. Ladies and gentlemen, this project aims to ensure the access to prevention, treatment, care, and support services, and upholding human rights while managing especially the 3 diseases, that is the HIV, TB, and malaria within the criminal justice system. Probably people will wonder, why would we be doing this work? Isn't Ministry of Health doing enough? The management of disease in Uganda, and indeed the whole world, has changed from merely expecting that you fall sick and go to the doctor. It has gone to community. So management of diseases is community-based management. And when we speak of community-based management, and the reason why would we go community-based management, the reason is simple, that if you are in a particular community, it is you that is best positioned to identify your problems and how to solve them. It is the reason we come on board as a community of criminal justice system, so that we can speak to the health, our specific problems, and how we think that we can deal with them. We, in this project, we aim to do several things. We have about 12 activities that we fronted. And one of them was to train and give capacity, to cause capacity building among the employees of the criminal justice system. We have done this to a greater extent. I know that the other speakers will speak to it and give probably the details. And so we just understand for now that we have done capacity building, including judicial officers, prosecutors, Uganda Police Force officers, and Uganda Prisons Service officers. But we also brought on board the probation officers and the local council ones, because those two, while they seem to be in the peripheral of implementation of criminal justice, they are indeed part and parcel of us, and they affect us directly. We have also achieved integrated services. Now we can speak of managing HIV, TB, and malaria in just one go. We know that if we go now to police, if they are going to screen you, they are going to screen you for the three. And if you are reporting, screening does not mean testing. The doctors have differentiated those terms. Screening means common asking of questions. How do you feel this morning? Do you need any medical help? Can we help you? Have you? And so if you indicate to the doctor who is interviewing you that you need extra assistance, then the doctor will ask for your consent to be tested. So the two are different. We have also improved on our healthcare systems within the criminal justice system. We all know that apparently we have Uganda Police Force screens, and we call it screening at the entry level. The project began in July last year, and to date, 18,522 persons have been screened, and 8,405 were found positive. And 10,117 were negative. So to say 45.4% of the persons tested for HIV were found positive at the 16 Uganda police stations that this program has been able to reach so far. This is in a span of only July. Today is July, so a span of 1 year. This is what has been done, and in only 16 police stations. So it speaks to us how big the problem is. We want to imagine a situation that police has not been able to identify this 54%, 45%, and they have gone to prison as though they were healthy people. And probably they have somehow exchanged those fluids that can enable transmission of HIV. We would say the multiplication is double. On that note, allow me to thank Dr. Moses and team for the good job well done. The project, my Lord, has also strengthened coordination between healthcare providers, law enforcement, and community-based organizations. My Lord, we have an MOU with the Ministry of Health through which we receive our money. We have an established relationship with Uganda Law Reform that is helping us to tackle the issue of HIV and the law. We also have a stronger relationship with the Uganda AIDS Commission, which is largely our coach. My Lord, we have a stronger and more communal relationship with the other stakeholders, the judiciary, the Uganda police, the Uganda prisons, as it is evident in this room today. We also have a very strong, and it is still developing, my Lord, a relationship with the non-governmental organizations who otherwise have been largely our enemy. So to say, every time they heard of criminal justice, we were supposed to be harassing them. But they have come on board, and many of them are in this room today. We have also established relations with the community engagement, especially through the UNAIDS Uganda country office. We have also been able to engage affected communities, like the prisoners themselves, then plus also NGOs who are led by persons living with HIV or persons living with tuberculosis, the survivors of tuberculosis. Involvement of community-based organizations and civil society groups in our work. They have been working with us, especially on court circuits, which we call in our known language pre-bargain. They have been giving us services like counseling, services like resettlement, enabling witnesses to come on board, helping us to make calls, doing the work that we would otherwise not be able to do, but improving the picture of criminal justice. My Lord, we have been able to establish a planning, implementation, and monitoring of programs mechanism amongst ourselves. So to say, we have teams that were requested by yourself, my Lord, from Uganda prisons, from Uganda police force. Maybe the implementation teams from those organizations can show hands. Uganda police is down there, Uganda prisons, Dr. Kisambu and the team. I don't seem to see them here, but we have a team of 5 from Uganda prisons, and we have a team of 3 from the judiciary. My Lord, we have also been able to tailor services to our specific community. We have identified for the Ministry of Health and the rest of the world what services we want and how we would wish them to be delivered to us if we are supposed to be partners in ending these diseases by 2030 as set by the government. What needs to be done? My Lord, we do not have a data monitoring and evaluation for this particular project. For these specific problems happening, we do not have a data capturing or informing us on the situation of health in the criminal justice system. Do we have systems? Do we have clinics? Where do I go? Does the public know where to go if you are in criminal justice? Who do you ask if you need any assistance in the area of health? We have now, although we need to have from this data would be able to get the key indicators and access services, treatment outcomes, stigma reduction indicators. We would have a data-driven program improvement and accountability. We would be able to scale up the best practices. We would have the identification of successful approaches and interventions and how to expound on them. We would be able to scale up across regions and countries. If we had data that speaks to us, then we can be able to inform the rest of East Africa, for example, that this works. This is how we did it, and it works, and this is the data, and the rest of the world would be buying into what we are doing. Would also be able to share the best practices, lessons learned, and innovative strategies. Would also be able to address unique challenges of individuals within the criminal justice system if we had data available. My Lord, we need to do a lot of advocacy and policy dialogue in as far as health is concerned in the criminal justice system. There is no known policy that is bringing us together in the management of diseases. No wonder when COVID came, the criminal justice shut down. So we need a mechanism, my Lord. Advocacy efforts should be raised and awareness. Policymakers, donors, and the general public should indeed be informed of the need to tackle disease from the angle of criminal justice. We should be able to give supportive environment, especially to those who interface with criminal justice and have come to us when they are already sick. And my Lord, we should be able to secure sustained funding for the initiative. We are looking forward to when negotiations can begin with the government to consider that criminal justice has its unique challenges as far as health is concerned, and therefore we should be addressed as a unit. The ongoing efforts, we have government is on board in form of the other institutions that we work with. Civil society is on board. Healthcare providers, Ministry of Health, and stakeholders are all on board. Protecting and promoting rights and health within the criminal justice system should be an ongoing effort. In conclusion, we have what it takes to do better in the area of health. We have organized institutions that are believed and respected. And therefore, if we spoke as one unit, we should be able to garner a decent support, especially the financial support. We have good leadership in place. We have, well, I would speak largely for the ODPP, that we have a leader that has the fire. And we better utilize her when she's still in the chair. That has been my innermost thought. We utilize her when she's still in the chair. I don't get tired. And we have readily available support, both internal and external. Why wouldn't we have a criminal justice system free of diseases? Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to thank our honorary donor, that is the Global Fund, the leadership of our institutions, that is for the judiciary, the ODPP, the Uganda Police Force, and the Uganda Prison Service. All the stakeholders, especially the parliamentarians of Uganda, the Parliament of Uganda, the Ministry of Finance that gives us and monitors the money, the Ministry of Health that helps us to implement the program, the Uganda AIDS Commission that is our coach, the Uganda Law Reform, our guide on the HIV and the law, TASO that financially sometimes steps in, and all other stakeholders and well-wishers. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for listening.
Another round of applause to Ms. Proskovia Yevare. Thank you so much for the great work that you're doing in respect to the Global Fund project. And thank you for giving us an update about the progress of the project, the achievements, and what needs to be done by stakeholders. Ladies and gentlemen, please permit me now to humbly invite the Honorable DPP, Lady Justice Jane Francis Abodo, to make her remarks. You're most welcome.
Thank you, Jackie. Good morning once again for everyone who has made time to come here this morning. We are very delighted and humbled by your presence. The minister is about to join us, but I just thought to save time, we start the program. Since it was, time is not on our side. And I know each and every one of you who has come here, at least more than 3/4, I know you, and you have very busy dockets. So the moment that you're here, we don't want to waste any more time, and we want to keep time. Honorable judges of the High Court present, chairpersons of constitutional commissions who are here with us. I have seen the Senior Technical Advisor, Governance and Security Program. Rachel, my sister, is there. You're most welcome. Representative of the Inspector General of Police, representative of the Commissioner General of Prisons. I have seen a good number of members of top management of the ODPP. You're most welcome. I have also seen our senior, Mr. Elem. You're most welcome. And we still love you. And we are so happy to see you here. I have also seen Director Interpol just now, my sister Grace Akulo. I think she sneaked in and just came in here. Heads of international organizations present, executive directors present, heads of non-government organizations, officials from the different MDAs, members of the Fourth Estate, of course, distinguished dignitaries in all your respective capacities. If I've missed you, I am extremely sorry. Good morning. Esteemed managers from the criminal justice institutions and respected executive directors of the different NGOs in this room, it's an honor to host this high-level meeting today, bringing together key stakeholders to discuss the achievements of our project, a rights-based approach to end HIV, TB, malaria, and other diseases within the criminal justice system. I would like to begin by very sorry. Okay. Thank you so much. I would like to begin by acknowledging the tremendous collaborative efforts and dedication displayed by the judiciary, the Office of the DPP, the Uganda Police, the Uganda Prison Service, as well as our project implementation teams. Together, we have made significant progress in addressing these pressing health challenges. Since this phase of the project commencement in 2021, we have accomplished various milestones. Notably, we have sensitized a total of about 360 officers from different branches of the criminal justice system, including judicial officers, the prosecutors, the police officers, the prisons officers, as well as local council 1 members and probation officers. This sensitization aimed to remove barriers to accessing services related to HIV, to TB, malaria within our criminal justice system. Furthermore, we have conducted sensitization campaigns and engagements with parliamentarians, seeking their support in enacting legislation that supports our efforts in combating these diseases. Their awareness and understanding of the importance of these issues are crucial in fostering a conducive legal environment. To empower our peers within the Uganda prisons, we have developed a comprehensive training manual. This manual equips both trainers and prisoners with essential life skills, educates them on their rights and obligations, and emphasizes the significance of rehabilitation and reform to prevent recidivism by investing in their rehabilitation, providing them with the necessary knowledge. We are fostering an environment that promotes personal growth personal growth, and of course societal reintegration after these people come out of prison. In collaboration with the Uganda Police Force and the Uganda Prison Service, we have formulated user policies to enhance the management of HIV, TB, and malaria, as Prosi had just said. These policies provide clear guidelines and procedures for addressing health-related issues within our institutions. By implementing these policies, we are ensuring the well-being and the health of course, both the officers and of course the people who are under our care. Additionally, we organized 3 health-related court circuits in the high-burden prisons. I attended one in Mbale, there was one in Masaka, and in Luwero. Through this, we successfully completed 300 cases, thus improving access to justice for individuals within the criminal justice system. And of course, without, especially the cases in the lower court, it is an immediate, most people would just walk home, so would really reduce on the congestion immediately. It is a testament to our commitment to providing comprehensive support and addressing the needs of those infected and of course affected, especially by the 3 diseases, that is the HIV, TB, and malaria. In line with our vision of a crime-free society, we have also established consented screening for health. Currently, this initiative is operational in 16 Pioneer Uganda Police Force stations within Kampala metropolitan area. By implementing this screening process, we ensure that individuals who are willing, of course, to receive vital health screenings, enabling early detection and timely treatment of diseases, thus protecting all in the criminal justice system from the entry point, that is from police, that is our entry point in the criminal justice system. Today, we gather as top managers to receive these achievements and provide guidance for the expansion of our project. Our collaborative efforts have shown tremendous potential in improving the criminal justice system and the overall well-being of all Ugandans. So we are just here to almost like give you our report card, and it is for you to judge whether we are doing well or we are doing badly, where we need to step up because we still have time. I also look forward, it's also an opportunity for us to share knowledge, of course exchange ideas, and discuss further strategies to tackle these diseases effectively while ensuring the protection of human rights. I look forward to productive discussions today and to charting a course that leads us to create a criminal justice system that not only upholds the rule of law, but also promotes the health and well-being of every individual that we serve in our different institutions and in our communities. Thank you so much for listening to me. May God bless each and every one of you. I say all this for God and my country.
Thank you so much, my lady, the DPP. Another round of applause for her. We have heard with our own ears, and she's asked us to judge what has been done, what is being done in the Global Fund project, and we shall have an opportunity to also make contributions and to comment about what is being done and what has been done. Thank you so much, my lady. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now ready for our next presentation. It's going to be on ensuring quality of health services, a call for joint efforts to end TB, HIV, and malaria in the criminal justice system. This presentation was supposed to be made by the Deputy DPP, Mr. George William Biansi. Unfortunately, he's not able to be with us this morning due to unavoidable circumstances. So the presentation is going to be made by the project coordinator, Ms. Proskovia Ayebare. So Prosi, please come and make the presentation. You're very welcome.
ladies and gentlemen, respectfully in your respective capacities, I stand in very huge shoes of a deputy DPP in charge of inspection, quality assurance, training and research within the office of the DPP, Mr. Biansi. I will do verbatim reading of what he would have told you today. The reasoning presented in the statement of improving health through a rights-based approach outline several key elements that contribute to guaranteeing quality services within the criminal justice system. And here is how this reasoning can ensure quality services. His bullet number 1, funding for the project. The initiative has secured funding from the Global Fund, indicating a commitment to allocating resources to address the challenges posed by HIV, TB, and malaria within the criminal justice system. Sufficient funding is essential for implementing effective programs and ensuring the viability of necessary resources for quality services. Sensitization and engagement. The project has conducted sensitization programs for officers within the criminal justice system and engaged peripheral institutions such as the probation and the local council one, and health stakeholders. By raising awareness and involving key stakeholders, the project ensures that the importance of quality services is understood and embraced by all involved parties. Parliamentary sensitization. The project has taken steps to inform and engage policymakers by conducting parliamentary sensitizations. This approach ensures that decision makers are aware of the challenges and progress in addressing health-related issues within the criminal justice system. It promotes policy support and facilitates the allocation of resources for quality services. Resolving health-related cases. The project has focused on resolving health-related cases in high-burden prisons by addressing health issues within the prison system. It ensures that the individuals have access to necessary health care services, leading to improved health outcomes and a higher quality of care within the criminal justice system. Consent screening for health. The project has established consent screening for health at Uganda Police Force stations. This practice ensures that individuals entering the criminal justice system are screened for health conditions, allowing for timely identification and appropriate treatment. It helps prevent the spread of diseases and ensures that individuals receive the necessary health care they require. Quality assurance protocols. The project recognizes the importance of integrating quality assurance protocols. By housing the project under the Quality Assurance Department, regular audits and assessments can be conducted to monitor and enhance care standards. This ensures that health services provided within the criminal justice system adhere to quality standards and are the highest caliber. Unity and collaboration. The statement highlights the statement of the project initiative highlights the unity and collaboration among the criminal justice institutions and other health stakeholders. By working together and sharing expertise, the criminal justice system can develop comprehensive and effective approaches to address health issues, Collaboration fosters collective commitment to quality services and encourages the exchange of best practices. Overall, this reasoning highlights the importance of adequate funding, stakeholder engagement, sensitization, policy support, resolution of health-related cases, consent screening, quality assurance, and collaboration to ensure quality services within the criminal justice system. By implementing these elements, the project aims to improve the well-being of individuals within the criminal justice system and contributes to a healthier, safer, and more just society. I am not the very man. I cannot say I am Mr. Biansi. This is what he sent to us. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Project Coordinator, for taking us through that presentation of the Deputy DPP, Mr. George William Biansi. Now we are ready to enrich what we have already received with a panel discussion. And this panel discussion is going to be moderated by none other than Ms. Sandra Twinoburio. Ms. Sandra Twinoburio is a news anchor with NTV Uganda, a show host of Eco Africa, airing across Africa and Europe. It's an environmental show, and she's a founder of Unemployment Ends With Me initiative, UA. It's a youth initiative contributing to addressing youth unemployment through partnership and collaboration. So we have Ms. Sandra Twinoburio with us. She's right there. Ms. Sandra, you're welcome. Please come and take your seat. Sandra will be introducing the panelists that we have for this morning. Ms. Sandra, you're welcome.
Thank you so much for that detailed introduction. A very good morning. Thank you so much for being here. I want to say all protocol observed. My name is Sandra Twinoburio, as you just heard, and I'm super excited to be here with you and standing in front of all of you, the people we actually look at and we say, you know, these are the people that inspire us. So truly honored to be here, but also to speak about matters that we as journalists are very passionate about, and that is access to health rights, but diving deeper into the stories that we actually cover on a daily basis, you know, of the things that happen within the prison centers. Recently, there is an article that was speaking about how we have about 76,000 prisoners across prisons all over the country. But again, we continue to see the statistics indicating that people do not have access to information, you know, when it comes to HIV prevalence, when it comes to, you know, how to protect yourself as, you know, as someone who's within already in the prison cell, and the questions around how to make sure they access these rights does remain very paramount. So this very morning, we're going to have, as you already had, we'll be speaking deeply on how to remove barriers to prevention and management of diseases from the criminal justice system by using a rights-based approach. So of course we want to observe and see, are the rights to a speedy trial being, you know, maintained? Are we seeing those being respected? Are the rights of the people that are called to court being respected? In fact, if for example you're an accused of raping somebody and you have HIV, is it okay for your results to be revealed in the public as it is? But we've seen a number of cases happening, and I'm super honored that we'll be having great ladies within the justice system and also the academia to give us more details on how, for example, Law is handling that, Law Development Center is doing that, and the experience of these people that have been there before us. So thank you so much, and do allow me invite our panel speakers right away, and I want to invite them one by one because I want us to pay attention to them. And for you who is in the audience, I love to say that for every single conversation we have, the panel will be open for you to ask a question or two. So I want to invite them in detail and give a bit of information about who they are so that we know the background of what they're going to tell us. And you can start noting down your questions right away. So do allow me invite Honorable Lady Justice Margaret Mutonyi. Very good morning, and I would like to ask you to come and take the front seats. Honored to have you on the panel. I think they are getting us tea, so we could clap for her a little louder so that she gives us all the information that we need today. So, Honorable Lady Justice Margaret is a judge of the High Court, and she is currently at Criminal Division, a focal person for the juvenile justice system, a founder and also pastor at Busano Christian Center Church that is in Mbale. And ladies and gentlemen, she has 28 years experience at the bench. She has moved all through the radar, from grade 1 magistrate to the current level that she holds. So a very good morning, and thank you so much for joining us today. We are honored to hear from you. I am particularly looking forward to getting your experience on the different visits that you make. When you go to the different prisons that you've been to, what are their stories? What are they saying? And how can they be better helped? So she is going to be one of our speakers today. Also, do allow me invite our senior, who's seated right in front of me. That is retired Deputy DPP, Mr. Charles Elem Ogwal. I want to believe I pronounced that right, since I don't come from that side of town. But a very warm welcome. We are excited to have you on the bench as well. But this time the bench is this side. Well, a little information about him. He is currently retired from civil service. So, tetumutawanya nyo, let us allow him to speak to us the way he wants. We are going to honor him and, respect him in his capacity. However, he did serve on the terrorism prevention expert at the United Nations. Nice. He is also a member, board of directors, financial intelligence, and a Chancellor Church of Uganda, Lango Diocese. He has been mostly engaged in legal consultancy services. So of course, we would like to hear from you, your experience before, you decided to give us a break just to understand your experience and the different gaps that you think should be filled, and of course, the possible solutions and how the criminal justice system can, of course, do better. Next on our list, like I mentioned earlier, we do have an academia, and that is Senior Counsel Paul Muchibi from the Law Development Center. A very good morning, and thank you so much. We are glad you're here to represent what the academias think about access to health rights. Ladies and gentlemen, please do allow me welcome Senior Counsel Paul Muchibi. Now, lawyers, they're always advocating for the rights of people. And now that we have the homosexuality law, I think the questions around access to rights, especially for the people confined in the prisons, is one of those that we'll be diving into today. Now, just to take us back, the conversation today is removing barriers to prevention and management of diseases from the criminal justice system by using a rights-based approach. So ladies and gentlemen, this is a very timely conversation, and I want to set the pace of this conversation. I would like to invite our senior. We want to use his expertise for him to set the pace of a wonderful discussion today. I want to move to you, Mr. Charles Elem, and I want you to start by giving us your experience. When you were still, in the heat of things, how was your experience when you, for example, had the whole concept of health rights and a person is accused or a person who has already been confined? What was your experience? And do you think today's topic is actually very timely, or have we exhausted it before?
Thank you so much. It's my pleasure to come again before all of you and have these conversations. Because on retirement, I was, of course, relaxed. But the brain, as you know, does not relax so much. I would like to thank the organizers for today's function and pass my best regards to Her Lordship, the Director of Public Prosecutions, who had those kind words for me. But let me start with my experience as a retiree, a pensioner. I used to read about pensioners, how they're being conned, and I didn't know one time I would just be one of those. Now I'm here. I realize that this day we have very many institutions, and we have been represented here at the highest level possible. My recent experience is that I went for a medical checkup. Senior citizens are supposed to go for medical checkups in periods, maybe 6 months, 3 months, or 1 year. And when I went there, I had tests for a host of things. And when the results came, the doctor told me that, you see, you are very okay. The one I was fearing is not there. But among those which had been tested was HIV. And personally, that's the one I thought was the most dangerous. But he was telling me that at your age, what was frightening us is to find you positive for prostate cancer. That's a very deadly disease. And secondly, I've seen that your sugar levels are still okay. Then I said, no, but you talk about why are you avoiding the other main one? He said that one is no longer main, because scientific advances have made it just what they call a chronic disease, which you can live with. But once you get prostate cancer, that's when you know that you're in deep problem, and managing it is very difficult. But HIV can be managed nowadays. So it gave me a reflection of what was happening when I was a Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions. As a Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions, anybody who engages in sex with others when HIV positive makes it an aggravating circumstance. And this made me to think, why do we do that? And today I've just learned also that out of all those tested at police stations which are active in this program, about half are HIV positive. And do they know it? So, once you charge somebody with aggravated defilement, aggravated whatever, because of his HIV station, does he know it? Are we fighting the correct war? Because in my belief, we should be fighting the disease, not the people who have that sickness. Because even when I went to test, of course I knew I've been a very clean and exemplary member of society. I would not have HIV, but still I was panicking. Because they told me HIV is not what we think. Because people have a tendency to say you have HIV because of irresponsible promiscuity. It is not that. This thing can come in the wind. How it comes, nobody will know. And these people whom we are charging may not have known. So we are fighting sick people whom we have a duty to actually cater for. So going forward, we have to have a very, very deep understanding and a look at this kind of procedures which we are having. It also brings me to the understanding that these days there is that screening, testing. Of course, those are doctors' issues, but we know they try to see whether you have a sickness or not. Then from there, you are taken to prisons. And now, prisons, once you are taken when you are sick, the diet is not so great. And that's one of the, I think that's another disease, if it is not an enemy, which is promoting diseases. Because you are taken there, there is congestion, there is, of course, a lot of congestion and poor feeding, which if you have that disease, which you may not even have known you are having it. Because in law, you should try to see the actions of somebody. Did he intend to cause harm or not? Now, when you are taken there with HIV, it becomes worse. And usually, accused persons who are remanded are young, robust men, sexually active. When they reach prisons, they miss that part of life where they have to have intimacy with the opposite sex. Now, for some reason, one or another, they may engage in homosexual acts. How do you go about that? In my other life, when I was in the United Nations, we had a project in Zambia where we were providing condoms to inmates. And those people chased us away, that we were promoting homosexuality. How do you give men condoms to do what with? But we're saying this is a reality in prison. People have sex with each other. How do we intervene? Because you cannot wish it away by saying, people don't do it, this is not part of our culture and whatnot. You see? Because it happens and other people get infected there. So, can you in Uganda, in this day and age, say I'm going to give condoms to prisoners who are males so that they engage in anal sex or whatever sex they have? That's a big question. But the reality may be not far from the truth. So, if we have to have some sympathy with these people, how do we systematically, deliberately fight this kind of thing? Another issue which I saw about human rights and the fight for criminal justice is actually the condition of law enforcement and prisons officers. When I used to go to visit my bodyguard in the barracks where I used to stay, I wanted to look away. Because these people are in such a sad situation. In a sad situation where accommodation is so poor. And in such a situation, then you yourself are capable of spreading sickness. You spread sickness all over the place. You arrest a prisoner, but because of your congestion, there may be already TB in the barracks. I was one of the first people to fall ill of COVID. And some people were saying, you know, because you travel with the bodyguards who come from the barracks which are congested, and they're young and they can't get the disease, now you see where you are. So it is also a reality that as long as we are going to also fight for these people that come into conflict with the law, we must also think about the law enforcement people themselves. What are their conditions of living? Do they have chances to have conjugal rights with their spouses? But when you're sharing a uniport of 2 people, 3 people, where is that time? So when you go maybe to the cells and you see a batch of women in the cells, you are tempted to maybe work on one, and you may actually get TB or any other disease. So your own situation must also be looked at very, very seriously. And as a final word, I think this stigma which we attribute to people and saying, you know, you deserve to be treated this way because HIV and all other diseases, you look for it, is not true. It comes to anybody unannounced and without any contribution whatsoever. You may have gone to have a haircut and a careless man cuts you, infects you with HIV. You go have sex with somebody not knowing your situation, and then you are condemned for that. In a nutshell, please, let's be able to fight the disease, but not those who are unfortunate enough to be infected. Thank you for the time being.
Thank you so much. We should, fight the disease, but not those that were unfortunate to get the disease. So we should be able to find a middle ground of how to deal with infections within the criminal justice system. However, I'm just curious to hear from you, just to get your take on, for example, there is a court hearing of a man who's just been accused of defilement, and he had HIV, and there's the allegation that he transmitted, the virus to, this young girl. Should it be okay for the judge or for anyone reading the matter in court to actually say the results of this gentleman? Should it be okay?
I think that's the law as it is now.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it would be okay.
Moving ahead, should it stay the same if you want to manage the way things are done and respect the rights of these people?
Of course, as I have said, that would be the duty of parliamentarians to change the law.
Yeah.
Yeah, because judges, prosecutors, policemen, we all follow the law as it is. Our private thoughts or beliefs
Even
are
when it's very
inconsequent.
uncomfortable for you as well.
Yeah, however uncomfortable it is.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much. Now, do allow me invite Honorable Lady Justice Margaret Mutonyi. And my very first question to you, I know that on several occasions you've visited different prisons. What has been your story? What has been the experience? What are they saying? And what do you think they really need? The microphone.
To this great meeting. Of course, it's a fact that our prisons are congested, they're extremely congested, and most of the inmates, if we are to talk about HIV, we have cases where they do not feel comfortable about disclosure of their status. Some of them, I think, right from the police, they don't want to know. They don't want to know the status. There are even many who are out there who don't want to check. But once one is charged with a sexual offense, then it's mandatory. As of now, it is mandatory for them to know, to be checked. But their complaint at times is that the medical officers do not really check them. We have those cases where people complain that I'm charged with aggravated defilement because they allege I have HIV, but in the actual sense I don't have HIV. So we have some screening at the police done by the medical officers while this person is still under police custody. And when they go to prisons, they go for a second check and they realize that they are negative. So I think when we talk of HIV from that context, it is very important that they are checked. And to me, it should not be only those charged with the sexual offenses. I believe every inmate, and any person who is going through the system should be checked. Why? To me, the criminal justice system would provide an opportunity for treatment and counseling. And I think we need to know that we need to be prepared to counsel and treat those who are found to be positive. Now, if that is the case, then we need this counseling right from the police. So their main concern is that, well, you are charged with an offense, like my brother has just said, you don't know that you have it. Then you are shocked with the results that you are positive. But there is no preparation, there is no counseling about that. I'm telling you, the discovery, up to now people feel that AIDS is a very serious sickness since it's incurable, but people have lived with it. But the mere fact that they shock you with the results that you are positive, it causes a lot of trauma to them. Others can even become very sick immediately because of discovering what their status. So if we are to fight this, I think from the human rights perspective, it is very important that they are counseled. Because to me, the AIDS, people who are dealing with the AIDS know that it's important to counsel the person. Even when you test someone, before you give the results, you go through some counseling. I remember the first time I went for HIV test, the way the counselor talked, I thought I was expecting the worst. I started panicking even before the results. But that process took me through that process. Then in the end said, oh, don't worry, you are negative. But the process alone was traumatizing. But I believe that was some time back, so people were learning, being trained on the job. So right now we need counselors before the suspects are screened and before the results are given to them. And then there should be second check, because one might be negative today, but after 3 months the results are positive. So there should be continuous screening to make sure that we protect those who are not infected, and then we treat those who are infected. It is a human right for them to get treatment. But they also complain, those who are HIV, they complain that the feeding is poor. Now, if one is on treatment for HIV, it's important they have a good diet. But can we afford that diet in our prisons? We could, if they can be identified, and then they have a different meal because they're on drugs. But can we afford it? So it's something that we should work towards. So they complain of poor health, a poor diet, those who are HIV positive, then falsification of results by the medical personnel. And this does not only stop at HIV, it also affects the young offenders. I've had several cases, and I believe even up to now, if we went to an adult prison, we shall not miss out young offenders who are below 18 years. So the system of examining suspects is not thorough, because we find young offenders in adult prisons, and these young offenders are actually victims of sodomy. They are the weaker type, they are the weaker inmates, and the big ones can bully them into acts of sodomy. So it's very important that we appreciate that good health and treatment is a right. In fact, if we do not offer treatment to people who are HIV and any other disease, it's cruel and amounts to inhuman treatment. They also, basically it is poor examination where results are falsified, then poor treatment for those who are sick, and then almost no treatment at all. Then they also stay long. So I believe once one is HIV positive and maybe is in advanced stage, it's important that with this screening, they can know the viral load, and then they know this person is sick, then we can fast track. So we need serious cooperation and coordination between the prisons and the judiciary, so that if people are sick, we have a policy of fast in, fast out, but because of sickness, it is a reason why one can jump the queue. So that we treat this, we fast track his case or her case, and then decide at the end of it whether we should release the person depending on the offense he committed, or he should remain in incarceration for some time. But on the issue of not making it public for the accused person who is HIV positive and is charged with a sexual offense, in the court we try to conceal the victims, the name of the victims. But according to the law, if one is charged with aggravated defilement, and this is a capital offense, he's supposed to be heard in public, open court. So we read the charges as they are. The offense is aggravated because you are HIV, alleged to be HIV positive. And then they have to bring evidence of that nature, that you are HIV positive. But then so far we conceal the victims. But does it make sense? Does it help for the accused person, especially who, I had one case where one was HIV positive and he had 7 counts of defilement. So he was just like on rampage. So how do you hide or conceal the identity of such a person? And how do you deal with a lot of mercy with such a person? Won't he go back to the community and then continue where he stopped from? So it has its own issues, but the most important thing we need to know is that they have a right to medical education. They should have a right to good diet, and they should have a right to be counseled. And I think when they are counseled, to avoid stigma, they need to be counseled so that they don't hide. When you go in when you are HIV positive, I believe other inmates also have a right to know that this person who is joining us is HIV positive. But once they are counseled, they would know how to treat this person, because they would know what is used to get an infection. Shaking hands will not infect me. Sharing a cup will not cause an infection, a transmission. So we need to counsel both those who are negative and those who are positive. But it's very important that at entry point, they should know. We need to screen them so that we know. And when they enter, those who are negative have a right to know the kind of person they are going to share a ward with. And maybe possibly the over-congestion. I don't know how we can prepare to have enough room so that we can isolate those who have TB. Because some inmates complain that we have people who have TB, but we are mixing freely. So it's very important that those with the TB should be screened, identified, treated, and separated. Not isolated, but separated from the others to avoid infection of those who don't have the TB, and even to know how to deal with those who have HIV and other diseases.
Thank you so much. I would like to actually stay with you, and basically, if you would be so kind to give us a personal feel. If, for example, if you interacted, you did mention there's a gentleman who had HIV, but would like you to paint for us a picture of what it means to actually have TB or HIV within the prison cells of this country, from your experiences and the stories you've been told.
Yes, these it's a challenge. One, these are diseases where one is put on strong drugs, where feeding is very important. And then they may not get that care from the hospital. So it's one area where, for instance, the courts can use, like TB, it's one area where the courts can use on medical grounds to grant bail to this person. And I believe it's also one area where the courts can give a lenient sentence so that this person goes back to the community. But the issue is the gravity of the offenses they have committed. So when you look at the gravity of the offenses they have committed, will the community receive them so soon? Would they be happy when they are sent back to the community? So we need, as a criminal justice system, we need to find ways of dealing with such cases. Can we offer treatment while they are under incarceration? Can we help them improve? Actually, there are some people who have improved while in prison because they access treatment. Some were not aware that they were HIV, for instance, but when they are screened, they are given medication while in prison. So they improve. But others worsen. And those who worsen usually are traumatized and they don't take their medication, or they fail to have the medication, and also poor diet.
If you were to sum it up for the people in this room of why someone would enter prison HIV negative and get out HIV positive, what would you say?
Now, that is the challenge we have. That so if he entered prison when he was HIV negative, just because he did not, he was still in the window period, it's a different story. Because we also have those who are in the window period. We have girls now who are born HIV. We have children who are born HIV. So one might defile a girl who is actually HIV and they are negative, but the victim was HIV positive. So during the window period, they don't know. They enter prison where they don't know. And with the time, they realize that they're HIV positive. That is also a different scenario. We also have those who get infected because of sexual acts in the prison. Now, if one is infected while in custody, to me, if the prisons have a proper record and they give us that information, to me, that would work as a mitigating factor in terms of punishment. I would consider that as a mitigating factor. Yes, I would.
Well, removing barriers to prevention and management of diseases, I can really say that diet, congestion, you know, the needs, you did mention about conjugal rights, and also inconsistent results where, you know, the nurses or doctors give you inconsistent results. At some point you're HIV positive and the other time you're actually negative. So poor examination and of course poor treatment. These are some of the key barriers that we have so far observed from our two speakers. But what are the people in academia saying? You know, we are speaking about HIV, we are speaking about TB, we are speaking about malaria in light of the homosexuality law that we now have as a country. I want to turn to you, Senior Counsel Paul Muchibi. What are you saying? What is the academia saying?
Thank you so much. I will speak in two perspectives because I've been on the front line of HIV prevention and control in the courtroom. One is the aspect of legislation vis-a-vis rights. In 2014, Parliament passed the HIV Prevention and Control Act. That act commenced in 2015. There are three problematic sections under the act. Section 18, we have section 41 and section 43. One of the provision speaks about disclosing results of an HIV positive person. It makes it an obligation to a health worker, if you test a person and is positive, to disclose the results to people with whom that person is in social contact with. And we are saying this provision is overboard. And it is causing more stigma to the HIV positive what? Person. The law did not define who social contact with is. And this can be lengthened to include a broad range of people. If I'm in this meeting, these people are with social contact with me. They should know my HIV what? Status. It includes your family, your workplace, everywhere. And we are saying you are not working against, you are not working to prevent, you are causing more stigma to these people. The other is attempted transmission of HIV. The law did not define what attempted transmission is of HIV. It is trying to equate attempted transmission of HIV like an ordinary attempt in other criminal matters, which are totally different. There's an aspect of science and the law when it comes to sexual offenses, specifically HIV, which the legislature did not envisage. And when we were doing a study, we consulted MPs and we went even into the Hansards behind this law. What happened that in 2014, there is a Kenyan lady who was in Uganda who came out to the public and said, I've so far infected 200 men with HIV. 200 men. And she had a list on her paper. The MPs were so annoyed, started grappling, immediately passed a law. So the passing of the law had emotions behind it. It was not based on the science of the disease itself and how it should be managed. UNAIDS has given clear criteria of managing HIV, and the emphasis should be on access to medication and treatment, access to information, not criminalizing the disease, which I think we are doing here. We have gone through terrible experiences. I personally participated in defending the first case of its kind that brought problems in the country here was Rosemary Namubiru, now the late. Rosemary Namubiru, you remember, she was charged for having flicked a cannula on a toddler, and she was a nurse then in Victoria Medical Center. Already the public convicted her before she was even tried in court. Producing her in court, it was fire. Everybody, including, and this is where courts must be cautious, even including court, was almost convicting before trial. Defense counsel, we became accused also. We were all the time harassed by media, harassed by all court users and whoever was attending court, and even the reporting in the media was already showing a convict. There is a way these people are being treated, and it is taking away their rights. That takes me even to the question you posed earlier. Is it right to have these people's names read out? I appreciate the fact that that is the law, but is it ideal? Should we move like that? These are among persons who are categorized as vulnerable. If we take women vulnerable, children vulnerable, what about these people living with HIV? I think I upload Justice Mutton, and the other I've seen, I think, is Justice Vincent Wagona, who have tried to use pseudonyms when it comes to protection of rights. Even in Miro reporting, we always upload Justice Mutton for that. We already know these court sessions are open. The accused is already there, and everybody is seeing him. Can't we use pseudonyms other than using their actual names? Does it affect the trial? Does it in any way take away the evidence? It does not, in my view. But we need to balance rights and the law. Moving forward, countries have moved away from...
Well, maybe just to chip in, you know, you're saying, the point exactly where you're saying that we could use signals, just to get more perspective. Don't you think now that would make it easy for this person to fall victim if their results are not disclosed?
No, the disclosure of results is different. That is at the place of testing.
Yeah.
I'm talking about now court, when you are being tried in court. Because the disclosure of results is between the health worker and the person tested, maybe even his close family relatives. But in the courtroom, it is open to the public. Everybody is there to view what is going on and what have you. So this is where we are saying pseudonyms need to be used like we use on the juveniles, we use on other protected persons, to at least reduce that kind of stigma on these people. Again, something also important, which goes to what you said about the anti-homosexuality bill. I was presenting the LDC views before the Legal and Parliamentary Affairs Committee on this bill, and then the draft had also made HIV an aggravating factor. And surprisingly, it is HIV which is being singled out, which we think it is discriminative because it is not the only infectious disease. So when I presented this to the MPs, that why single out HIV? Is it the only infectious disease we have in the country? Then they say, okay, we are going to change and say HIV and others. Others are not mentioned. They are just called what? Others. But HIV specifically what? Mentioned. And we're saying we are trying to reduce this stigma. And you see, what is the problem is we are still in the emotion of 2014. Science has moved away. And this is what Honorable Elem Alia said. What makes it aggravating? Do we know at what stage somebody transmits? Science has come out to show that when we criminalize, we are making the person who disclosed or who tested and his results are known a victim or becoming an accused. The one who doesn't test, who doesn't know his or her results, is not to blame. And indirectly, are we preventing the transmission? We are trying to encourage people to go and test, to know their status. But when you test, a health worker has a duty to disclose your results to other. Are people going to be encouraged to go and test? Or they are just going to keep quiet? When somebody whose results is known enters into a sexual contact with another person who doesn't know his results or her results, the one who knows the results is the one who was infected. The one who didn't know his or her results has not what? Who tells you that he or she was not also positive before the action? So this is where the law is missing a lot in science. And we tried to challenge these provisions before the Constitutional Court. I was part of the legal team. That is Uganet and others against the AG. It's a recent decision that the Constitutional Court determined last year. And you could see, I implore you to read the decision. The affidavit evidence produced before the court by health workers was never appreciated at all. And I think this is a gray area where we need a lot of training. The bench, prosecution, the academia, and all the justice players. We need a lot of training to know how does this happen. Well, lastly, for emphasis, I want to mention, we have situations of discordance. I have a client who has a wife. They've been together for 9 years. The wife has been positive for the last 7 years. And this client didn't know. All of a sudden, discovered a lot of ARVs being hidden somewhere. Discovered medical documents concerning the wife. And he got traumatized. So he asked the wife to go for test. The wife didn't wait for that. Admitted that I'm what? Positive. The man thought he's finished. He went for tests. 3 times. The first time, he was negative. He still didn't believe he's negative. Because they even have 3 children as I talk. And 1 is positive, the 2 are negative. Just because of lack of information to what would have been done to these children. Now, this man goes for a second test in another reputable hospital. I will not mention for confidentiality. Still, the results were negative. The 3rd time, the same thing. Then the man said, now let me relax. I'm what? What is causing this? You've been in a relationship with somebody positive for the last 9 years. She's positive. You are negative. There is a lot of science involved in these sexual diseases that we need to know and apply them with the law. Otherwise, if we take the law as it is ordinary, a lot of injustice is going to happen.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Now, I want us to believe that if we want to remove the barriers, we must start having the uncomfortable talk. And in this room, we all have a role to play. And I want to pose a very simple question to all our speakers so that we get clarity on it. Should the results of the culprits in the court system be disclosed? I want to start with you, the only lady. Yeah.
It down when Councillor Muchibi was talking about this discordant couple. You can see how concealing information can be very dangerous and affect someone negatively. So to me, it is important for that information to be disclosed to those who are concerned. It may not go to the press for the whole world to know, but when we talk of the criminal justice system, it's very important that in the prisons, people get to know. The prisons officers should know about this so that they know how to deal with you. The court should know about this so that they know how to deal with you. Because, like I said, being HIV positive, when you are charged with an offense which is not related to aggravated defilement due to HIV, can be a mitigating factor because we look at you as a person who needs treatment. But now, in cases of, actually, I've wondered why we just left it like that, that anyone who has the sexual encounter with a girl or a boy below 18, and while is HIV positive, should be charged with aggravated defilement. My take is screening is very important, and investigating that status should be it should be part of their investigations. Why? The police should know when you got to know of your status. We have suspects who get to know of their HIV status while in police custody. They didn't know anything about it. Then we also have those who are having drugs, like the lady Councilman Kibi was talking about. She knew her status, she concealed it. She was taking medication, she concealed it. So if somebody is HIV positive and we are aggravating the offense because of being HIV positive, then we need to know, was he aware of his status and he concealed to this partner? Because we have people who have, it's actually a relationship, but with an underage. She's 17 years, she was in a relationship with this 20-year-old boy who didn't know anything that he was HIV positive. Then we also have a 17-year-old who is in a relationship with a 30-year-old man, and he was aware he was HIV positive. Possibly he lost his wife to HIV and was taking treatment but was concealing. So to me, that conduct should be punishable. That conduct should aggravate the offense. But where one doesn't know, I'm just shocked about it. I strongly believe that HIV people are human beings. They have a right to fall in love. So falling in love, because I should not fall in love because I'm HIV positive. But depending on how I conduct myself, disclosure is very important. So people should know, and people should be sensitized so that they get to know that HIV is not the end of the story. You can have, we have children who are born HIV. They're now at the university. They're studying. They're very okay. They're very healthy. They're living. You can't even detect the viral load because of treatment. So disclosure would be good for purposes of treatment. Now, if one conceals and you even fear to have your drugs, to take your pill, then you might even, if you are taking medication, you might even stop because you are in a situation where you cannot take the pill. So we should encourage disclosure as long as this person is counseled and getting to know that people know that I'm HIV positive is not going to cause a lot of trauma. Maybe like people who are looking for jobs. I mean, they should not hesitate to employ someone because he's HIV. But it's all about information. The moment we get to know information about HIV and you realize that you can live, you can see they have children. Now, if you have a child, you are HIV, you defiled somebody and you left the person pregnant, we need to know so that this person who was defiled, they should be checked after the window period. Is she still negative or she's positive? But if we conceal it, then this person might not know that I'm HIV positive. She's getting pregnant. She may not go for any antenatal test to realize that she's pregnant. Then she will give birth to a child with HIV. But when she knows that this defilement or this rape by an HIV person caused the pregnancy and you go for your test, then you can protect that unborn child. You go for treatment and the child will be free of HIV. But if you don't know, then that will cause information. So to me, it depends on how we disclose. We need to prepare them.
So disclosure is very important, but how and to who you disclose to is paramount.
Exactly.
Fantastic. Let us now move to Mr. Charles Elam. Should the HIV results be disclosed? Is it the right thing? There is the law, but there is the right thing to do. And in your case, what is the right thing to do?
Thank you very much. Let me first reiterate that at the very beginning, I said scientific advances have demystified HIV. At the beginning, at the time this law was enacted, HIV was a life sentence. When you got it, you died. We saw Lutaya, we saw other very important people. But the advances in technological applications and medical science has demystified this disease. It has now become a chronic disease, manageable and less dangerous than even diabetes, less dangerous than prostate cancer. So the reasons for such law is no longer valid. But having said that, as a prosecutor, in criminal cases, you have to prove a case beyond reasonable doubt. And this means proving each and every ingredient of the offense. So if the most important ingredient, if I may say so, is that to aggravate this offense, somebody must have been found positive. So in proving that, you have to show that the person standing in front of you is HIV positive, and it must be disclosed in an open trial so that everybody listening to this trial knows why this person is sentenced, and that prosecution has discharged this duty of proving beyond reasonable doubt that the person actually was infected. That's how the law is, and it must be publicly advanced. There are cases, of course, where you have to conceal identities, mostly of witnesses, but it's very rare to try to conceal an accused identity. You have committed an offense, you'll be tried publicly, and you'll be exposed. So as long as this law exists, the identity must be exposed. But as I've said, go back to Parliament, say now the situation has changed, science has demystified HIV, let's just push it aside and make it not an ingredient of the offense, so that the prosecutor may not have to show it in court that the person actually had HIV. Thank you.
Please forgive me if I'm still struggling to understand your,
Yes.
your side of this story. Are you in support of disclosure or not? We are speaking to your person. You know, are you in support of them being disclosed or not?
As an accused, and if it is still an offense, yes, I'm in support of disclosure, personally. Forgive me if I'm wrong, that's my stand.
Great, thank you so much. So what about you, Counsel? Should the results be disclosed or not? What is your take on that?
Thank you. My take is very simple. Disclosure is okay, but the question is to whom? That is my concern.
Yeah.
To whom should the disclosure be made? Should I go to a rally addressing a public and I say, Paul is HIV positive? Is that how it should be done? Look at the duty the law has given a health worker. It's a very, very elaborate duty who has tested. And as Elam has said, the law has outlived. I'm happy when you ask this question. I was looking at Dr. Pamela, Chairperson, Law Reform Commission. This is an area of interest in her docket. Is the law still relevant in the modern science and technology the way it is? With discordance, with even scientific evidence that a viral load can determine whether you can transmit or not. What is in the act is intentional transmission. What amounts to intentional transmission? It goes back to what Justice Motonya said. I know I'm HIV positive, I just go out recklessly, and in the result I do what?
You affect other people.
I transmit. Is this the way the law has been applied? Some transmit when they even don't know their status. After, they are properly charged with intentional what? Transmission. Knowledge or lack of knowledge of your HIV status prior to the act is not a what? A defense in this case. So disclosure is fine, but the law should define the parameters of what? Disclosure, such that the rights of also these persons are protected. And let us fight the disease, but not the person.
Yes.
That's the most important thing. Because we look as if you are fighting the persons with the disease as opposed to fighting the what? The disease, which I think was the intention of the what? The law.
Well, thank you so much, our speakers, ladies and gentlemen. I think they deserve a round of applause. And I think you have given us all the details, ins and outs of HIV, but we haven't really spoken about malaria, TB, that also, these are things that we also have to speak about. But before we go to that, I'm really wondering if, Prosi, for example, you can organize someone from the police department, because we are hearing from the court side, from the academia, but what is the police saying? Could we at least have someone who is inside, Ali Muchintu, like how so many people love to say, who speaks with these prisoners on a daily, who can give us, a personal feel of what happens there? If there's someone there, if Prosi, you can organize someone for me, I think it would help to add on to the perspective of that. But again, as that is being organized, I would really love to bounce this question to all of us. Let us now move away from the offender and move to the plight of the children that are sometimes involved in these cases. Are their rights respected? Do they go ahead as the court system? Does it follow up and say this child needs to receive this treatment, needs to be respected, the status needs not to be disclosed, or it needs to be disclosed? How does it work? And how, in a way, does it prevent or does it limit the way we help people access their health rights? I want to start with you, Counsel. From your stories and experiences and cases you've handled.
Thank you so much. This is very unfortunate because I'm partly, not even partly, full-time in law reporting. And I do digest and report decisions of courts of record. Often I read cases concerning HIV. And I get disturbed when I see throughout the judgment the names of the victim are being disclosed. And even when you read the judgment, it gives you a feeling of what happened in the courtroom in the course of proceeding. That even this victim appeared and she has exposed to everybody how she or he got the disease. I don't think that is the right approach. I've said a few judges have tried to avoid this. And consistently I've read decisions of Justice Muton here. I don't know how even the selection targeted her. And Vincent Wagona is in the room. I've also read about 2 decisions where you read, you don't get to know who the victim was. But the decisions keeps referring to the victim. That shows there's some kind of protection done. These are still young children who still have a future ahead. And you know how our society judges people with HIV. The moment they look at you, probably it is reducing. But those days, you are already blacklisted as a living dead what? Person. So imagine this juvenile, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, everybody gets to know, is exposed, and what have you. So we need a system where the victims, especially juveniles, are protected such that their identity doesn't come out outrightly to the public for so many reasons which I will not do what? Venture into. But one of the ways we are telling the judiciary, let us not be it a choice for one judge to use pseudonyms, others, they are not duty bound. Can we develop rules that can guide courts in applying such situation? When can they use pseudonyms? Protection of identity, like for juveniles who are victims of HIV. It would be a requirement under the law if we have some rules developed like it is in Nigeria, in Ghana. They have rules of use of pseudonyms, and these are situations where they do what? Apply. Such that even if something has happened, I don't necessarily get to know the identity of this what? Victim. Tomorrow, I can take him or her like any other ordinary what? Person. But there's that bias people get when they get the history and what exactly did what happened. I think we should be moving away from that if we are ready to protect the rights of these children.
Mr. LM Charles, what are your thoughts on if we are to move away from the offender and now speak about the victim? Your experience again, just to get your version of events from when you were seated in the things. are the children's health rights respected?
Thank you so much. I think this must be respected and has always been respected. I know there are systematic ways the Director of Public Prosecutions has always tried to protect identity and even exposure, which is called re-traumatizing the victim and some witnesses. That one must be done. And those who are doing it, I think Mr. Wagona may have learned it from the ODPP, and he's grateful for that, I'm very sure. But as for the accused, it's another cup of tea. But for the victim and some witnesses, protection is a must. You can use pseudonyms or identify with other objects or something, but that must be done to protect their future. And even ordinary defilement or rape, you need to try and protect the identity of the victim.
Well, he
and
did
witnesses.
mention that in some cases, actually, the victims' names have been put out there. What usually determines that, and how can it be controlled?
I think maybe in the past, but these days, the ODPP, I'm sure, is very conscious about that. Yeah. If the name has slipped, I would take it to be maybe a mistake. But we should protect especially children and young victims, even ladies.
Yes.
Because when you're going to be married, it's not good to have a history of having been raped in our society. So their identity must be protected.
Over to you, Honorable Lady Justice Margaret. You are very passionate about the juveniles, and what has been your take on how the rights of these children, health rights, are respected whenever they're involved in court cases?
We need to find out and agree on when should we start to conceal the names of the victims of crime, especially if it has to do with HIV. What I know is that currently the charge sheet and the indictment, they mention the names of the child, which I believe should change. What I'm doing in criminal division is that when I'm reading the indictment, when it comes to the victim, I tell counsel, and the accused, it's the practice of this court that we don't mention names because it's a public trial. We don't mention names of victims, but the accused has a right to know who is the victim. So what we do is defense counsel goes and shows the accused the names.
Yes.
So that he said, have you understood your victim? And then we proceed from there. But now that one is dangerous. One can come across the indictment where the names of the victim is disclosed. So I think we need to know at what stage, because she was infected. Then she should be put on what? On treatment. Should be put on treatment. And that will determine the course of the whole case. If the victim was not infected, yeah, I may now look at this 20-year-old boy who defiled a 17-year-old girl. They are all somehow still children. The law says this one is an adult, but we know that we have children who explore when they're 17 years, they have a relationship with a 19-year-old or an 18-year-old. The difference is just months. And because he was born HIV positive, he's charged with aggravated defilement when it would have been just a defilement. Of course, I always say there is no simple defilement. Defilement is defilement, but we have codenamed this other one simple defilement. So we need to find out the status of this person, this victim, after the event, 6 months. By the time we are hearing the cases, unfortunately, I can't say fortunately, unfortunately we hear these cases after a while. So at the time we are hearing the case, what is the status of the victim? So that while we hear this victim from chambers, I usually find out, do you know your status now? At first it was negative, but do you know your status now? I'm telling you, the parent to tell you, we don't know what happened. Now, once we discovered that she was negative, we did not pursue any further medical checkup. So I said, go and check. In case she was infected, let her be put on medication. So it is very important that we also care for the victims and make sure that after the first examination, window period, check the victim again. Is he okay? Or is she okay? These days, of course, there's defilement of boys also, so we check, is the victim okay? Yeah.
Now, we've heard from our speakers on how the offender's health rights should be respected in light of HIV. We've also heard how the victim's rights should be respected in light of HIV. Before I come back to us to speak directly on malaria and a bit of TB, I would like us to open the conversation to the general audience just for a little bit to speak about the same matter. So if you have any question or any supplement or anything you feel that would beef up our conversation today, I need assistance from the MC to help me pass this microphone to the gentleman over there. And we'll get about probably 4 questions, 4 responses, and we'll be able to carry on this conversation.
Yeah, thank you very much. My Lord DPP, the panelists, ladies and gentlemen. I'm called Milton Tio. I'm Assistant Commissioner General of Prisons in charge of Director Services. In short, you can just call me in charge of prisoners. I'm in charge of prisoners the whole country. First of all, I want to thank the panelists. They are really very, very knowledgeable. Thank you very much for those nice comments and presentations. I'm just going to, I have, I think, 1 question, then 2 or 3 comments. Yeah, my question, the first one is on testing. I had a very nice statistics, which I've carried in police, 16 police stations. I tested over 18,000 people. Those who are got positive are around 8,000. My simple question is, if these are suspects, is there a system to alert prisons that these are, so many are positive, they are entering prison system? Is there any system that can alert us? Or if it's not there, what can we do to ensure that the tests which are done in police, when these guys are going to prisons, we should also be privy to that information? Is there a system? Can we think around that? 2, now this is a comment. I just want to inform, I don't want to be defensive. I'm just giving very innocent comments. Yeah, with prisons, as in charge prisoners, when it comes to prisoners, people going to prisons, it is really, we find these people must, we must know their status. Whether you have HIV positive or you have TB. And we went to Parliament. Unfortunately, Honorable Fox Odo is not here. When it came to issue of HIV/AIDS, whether it is a mandatory for us to test them, even the parliamentarians themselves, they go divided. But for us, it is our wish to ensure that we know their status. But since we have counselors in prisons, we have welfare officers, we usually ensure we do some counseling, and these people willingly, they accept to be tested. But the result is disclosed to them by our health officers. But with the TB, really it is compulsory. There's no doubt about that. Yeah, feeding of these people in the prisons. Just for information, we have special diet for people who are HIV positive in prisons. The question may be adequacy, but we have special diet for them. Only that it is not adequate. That's the point which needs to be taken. For information, we have a very robust ART services in Uganda Prison Service. Actually, if you go to Luzira, you find that we are even serving the neighboring community. People from Bokassa, from Namuongo, all those, they get ART services in our facilities. With the feeding, probably the funds is not adequate, but We have special diet for inmates. ART services are very robust. Actually, the inmates who are positive in prisons, they are very, very healthy. Very healthy, if you follow them. But the moment you release them, they don't live long because they don't get the services they've been getting in prisons out there, especially those who do not come from well-to-do families. Second comment is about congestion. Congestion is a problem. It's good that you have indicated that. For your information, we have, as I talk now, I have over 76,200 prisoners. Out of these, there are around 38,000 who are convicts, then 36 who are remands. This time, slightly, we have more convicts than remands. We wish this trend changes. But out of these, we have 19,000 petty offenders. Why are these people still with us? I have over 480 judgment debtors. The other time we were in for a human rights workshop. The chairperson of Human Rights Commission was wondering why we are having judgment debtors in our custody. I think there was a law passed, they're not supposed to be with us. So despite this congestion, prisons is trying its level best. Just for example, we shocked the whole country during COVID time. We surprised the president. We surprised the Minister of Health. We surprised the public. Why? Despite these conditions we are having, I think we only lost around not more than 5 inmates. Not more than 3 staff during COVID time. Because with our conditions, the country expected the worst situation in prisons. So what is my point? My point is, yes, congestion is there, but the element of management matters. Second last, on use of, that was Mr. Lem, Ogwal, use of condoms. Yes, what you got in Zambia or Zimbabwe, if I didn't get well, is actually what we do. Because now take this aspect. The aspect of now the country has passed anti-homosexuality law vis-a-vis use of condoms. So if we begin to use condoms to inmates, what does it mean? It means that we are allowing homosexualism in prisons. What we do, we give condoms when these people are going out. But for your information, I think this act really, with our culture, it is really hated. Sex is a private matter. For us administrators, we can't rule out that these things happen. Yes, they do happen, but nobody comes out that I'm this. But when inmates find out that you are a homosexual, you are a lesbian, your life is hell in prisons. But somehow we know how to manage. We counsel, we have professionals who handle that, but it's a big issue, which needs very many days to debate. Yeah, finally, on the issue of age, Justice Lady mentioned about age. Yeah, we have young prisoners in our systems. But now the question is, which institution is supposed to ascertain the right age of these people before they go to prisons? Usually what happens is when we receive these people under our custody through the justice system, when we find that this one really is a juvenile, could be below 18, we take it upon ourselves to take this person to be examined, to ascertain the ages. But now the question sometimes we're asked, what is your interest? Why do you want to ensure that this person is a child? What is your interest? Yet for us, we are doing that because we want to ensure that the people we have are only adults. Now the question is, who is supposed to ascertain that these people are adults before we receive them in our prisons? Yeah, I think that is it for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for those comments and also reflections. But again, I just want the microphone to stay with you, since earlier I was calling for someone within the prison department to give us some feedback on that. You did mention that congestion is there, but you're managing it. And the issue of diet, you seem to paint for us a picture that you have it under control. The people with HIV have a special diet. Now, I want to send this question to you again. If you were to give a clear comment on what is still hindering people from getting their health rights within the prison department, what would you say? Where are the gaps that you feel you can work on?
Quickly. Yes, I said we have special diet for inmates. I also did mention that the limitation is funds. It's not adequate.
Okay.
I hope we're very clear there. It's not adequate, but we have special diet for inmates. 2, human resource. I told you we have 76,000 plus inmates.
Yes.
But how many staff do we have? As we talk now, we have in service around 12,000 staff. Then we have around 2,400 who are still on training. Yet we're supposed to have, ideally, the ratio of 1 to 3, 1 staff to 3 inmates. Now our average now is 1 staff to 7 inmates. You can imagine when it comes to managing individual prisoners, that's what we're supposed to do. You're an individual prisoner, we must know your problems, the sicknesses you have, the social problems you have. How can we manage that? That is another gap which I might point out. Medical staff, this is now general. When it comes to medical staff, very, very thin on the ground. The good enough director of that department is around, he can comment on that. Very thin staff, especially medical staff on the ground. Then when it comes to ART, yes, we have the services, yes. The good thing is, here why we're doing very well is because of CDC. CDC has really helped us all these years, plus now the Minister of Health. Okay? But sometimes you find, leave alone HIV/AIDS, other sicknesses may find, just like in the country, the medicines are not there, they are adequate. Rather, they are totally inadequate. I think the issue of budget selling. And for us prisons, our population is growing, the number of staff is growing, number of prisoners is growing, our budget ceiling has remained the same. But this is the general economy, and all the departments are facing the same. But what I'm saying is, we are trying our level best. With this kind of intervention, it's the knowledge which is given to other stakeholders to ensure that we are in the right direction, and we should be able to manage diseases in our prison system. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone from our speakers that would like to respond to anything he's talked about? Yes, please.
Thank you very much. In fact, we commend prisons. They are doing a wonderful job. When you go there, the hygiene that is maintained in the wards, you can't believe that they are, I commend them. They are trying their best. But I want to comment on the issue of the question you raised, that who is responsible to ensure that juveniles are not in adult prisons. We all need to appreciate that it's a violation of their constitutional rights to have a child offender remanded in an adult prison with adults. And it has happened several times, and I believe you have them, and thank you, because you, prisons, have tried on several occasions to go an extra mile and bring this information, but our magistrates remain defiant. Even the children themselves speak that, look, I'm 16, I'm 17, I'm 15, but they ignore them. Now, the starting point of that gross abuse is the police during the investigations. They take an offender for examination, and because of the gravity of the offense, they influence their age. They put it at above 18, and they usually say they have used the dental formula. They put 32 teeth. I've gone an extra mile where I have looked at a juvenile offender. Thank God for juveniles, even in criminal cases, capital cases, we handle them quickly. They don't take long. But you look at the person and you see this is a child. The police form 24 is indicating 32 teeth. Then you say, okay, let's count. You see the state attorney who is now prosecuting at the high court level is also in agreement that this is a child. So we say, okay, how did they determine the age? They counted the teeth. So we count teeth. From 32, it is reduced to 28. Then you ask, has he extracted anything? No. So which means from that point of examination, the medical officer falsified the results and put above 18. Okay? Then the police officer who received this person also gave a false information in the charge sheet. Now, my problem is with the court system. If the police officer has falsified the results, the medical officer has falsified the form, at times they don't even take them for medical checkup. They say they never checked me, but they filled in the form. Now, the state attorney who is prosecuting this child, surely, should know that this is a child. The person I'm presenting, the state attorneys don't see these juveniles while they're sitting in police custody. They see them at court. That's when they first meet. So when you meet a child at court, surely the state attorney as an officer of court should be in position to say, much as the charge sheet is reading 18, this person surely is a juvenile. Then the judicial officer, if the prosecution side has decided to inflate the age of this juvenile, the judicial officer as a court, as a person who should uphold the constitution and the rights of this person to make sure that there is justice. The judicial officer should be the first person to detect the lie that has been carried forward from the prosecution, from the police. Now, who should? My answer is all of us should be on a lookout. If the police, the police lied about it, the prosecutor presented a juvenile as an adult, and the magistrate, who is the first person to meet with this child, also ignored even the pleas of a child that, look, I'm a child, and you have seen, the law allows you to take this child to court the following day, the nearest day, to show that, to tell the magistrate that, look, this person is a child, we cannot remand him. And they change the remand warrant. If the child is in that state where you cannot use your physical eyes to know, because there are those who are big, but they are young, then there are those who are very tiny, but they are adults. So if the naked are young, there are those who are metallic, and then there are those who are hybrid. But there are certain basic things that we can tell. You can check the beard. You say this person has not shaved beard. You check the detention. You count their teeth. You can examine. You have medical facilities. Examine this person. You can know that this person is actually a child. So the moment you have that, then the law says this person should be presumed a child. You have every right to take this child back to court. Let them remand them at the right facility pending investigations. For those cases where we are doubting that maybe is a child, maybe is an adult. But the law says they should be presumed children. So if you really know that it's not a question of being metallic, but this is a child, but has just grown badly, they feed them well with eggs and Rolex, so you find them big when they're actually babies. So we should all do our part, but don't respect a magistrate's order where the child is young, obviously young. Surely you have every right to say, even at court, the prisons officer who are at court, you have every right to say, Your Worship, this person is a child, we cannot take him in our facility. Where they put 32 on the police, because at that time the prosecutor is also there with the police file. You count. If it's 28, say, we are not taking this person. We shall be, actually it's because we just don't, we don't have people who are serious, but they can sue us, they can prosecute us on a human rights issue. Yes. There is a decision I made recently, and I directed that it should be served on the Commissioner General of Prisons. You don't have to wait for the court to make an order. If you have established that the child is a child, go to court and say, Your Worship, this is a child. We are not accepting the child. You return the child to the court, and the court will know what to do with the child. They will know we have an Aguru remand home, and they will take the child there. Don't accept them. Accept on day one when I would advise the prison officers at court. You reject them from court. You have every right to say.
Anyone can speak in regards to the police. Please do add in your supplement in regards to using a rights-based approach to ensuring that people within the justice system can also access health rights. There is a lady over there, the microphone. The one helping me with the microphone, please do assist us and we'll dive into that. I'll be coming back to you as speakers if you have anything to respond to the prisons department supplement.
Good afternoon. My Lord, the DPP, the panelists, and senior officers from the jail sector. I am Senior Commissioner of Police, Dr. Nwamanya Emmanuel, from the Directorate of Police Services. I want to briefly clarify on a few statistics that were mentioned regarding HIV from the 16 centers. I think it was a typical typing error. The percentage is actually 1.4 instead of the 45. 45 was for malaria. I know it could have been as a result of the statistics on the table. I wish to comment a few things regarding the role of the medical or the health workers in HIV. And of course, generally in the medical legal sector. I agree, because the experienced judges and other officers of the judiciary have had such cases where I have got a medical report that may not reflect what is being said. And I think police alone, we may not be able to do that correction. We need the multi-sectoral approach so that the medical workers, currently, it's not actually medical office alone. We have got a different cadre that is examining. These are clinical officers, senior midwives, and medical officers. Now, possibly we need more training, orientation over this cadre that examines so that they can get the fairer to appropriate age, especially age estimation. You know, law and medicine somewhere they can conflict. A person who is one day to make 18 is hard to medically determine that this person is 17 years and 11 months and 20 days. But I think that can be explained through education, training, and of course, common law. But I know there are those challenges, technical challenges. Regarding falsification, where it is obvious, inevitable, someone who is really a juvenile and someone says he's 18, possibly it has something to do with the credibility of the parties involved. And you know, many times the interested parties have different age they want to front. Someone who is a complainant in a defilement case would suggest I am, the victim is older, is 18 plus. Then the parent or the complainant would want the age to be lower. There are cases where the victims also are part of that mix-up. They actually want people that are involved. Because when someone is HIV positive, we don't want to make it public to everybody. We think should be some form of closed communication from the police via the court to the prisoners through that color code. I hope, Madam Prosecutor, possibly you have one of those forms so that people can see them, or they can go home and explain to the officers involved. Regarding the program again, it's a new development that we don't have an established structure where we can isolate. Isolate is separate the person that has HIV at a police level. So our assumption is that once someone has been identified, the process of court from the police station through court to prison is actually accelerated to reduce the risk of transmission because of that color code that has been already pressed there. Then there was a small issue that was talking about the attempted transmission of HIV, or how do we determine that the HIV that was found in one victim is actually the tribe is the very exact one from the suspect. So these are scientifically difficult questions to prove, but I think we have been still using the law, less complicated means that if someone is HIV and another one is HIV, assumption is that it is the same HIV. There is a possibility that even the HIV I have is different from the one you have found in the victim. Otherwise, it's not wholesomely taken that if a victim is HIV positive, it must have come from the suspect, even if both are HIV positive. Because we have HIV-1, we have HIV-2, but there could still be other differences. So we think that as medicine and technology becomes more available, the law and the investigations may also be able to exactly place this type of infection to the possible source. I thank you so much. These are the few responses.
Thank you so much. Just to stay with you, you know, I think there's something that was mentioned about the falsification of documents. The police does play a very key role at the very grassroots.
In both areas, that is the police investigations, but also the medical examination is done by professional and people that we trust. I think I have seen many times the courts prefer government institution health workers. I guess it has something to do with avoiding such tampering of results. Otherwise, I cannot really have any justification for that. Thank you.
Well, what is very true is that at any given point, anyone can find themselves on the other side of the law. So it's very important, you know, to be very critical on how we treat the people that come with the
medical forms. We'll go first for who is supposed to determine the age of the child. You have heard how people are throwing it. Maybe prisons should, maybe police should, but I wanted to propose to this meeting that that time of blame game should be over for criminal justice system. Do we remain there? We shouldn't. It is time, and to that end, we have something coming up. Many of us, you must be having the guidelines. You see behind the guidelines, we have a committee to supervise. We proposed formation of a committee to supervise health within the criminal justice system. We are hoping that that committee can bring us together and we stop speaking as ODPP, judiciary, prisons, Uganda police. None of us has done it better. If any of us has failed at any stage, we are all losers. Because at the end of the day, we are all focusing at how do we make this prisoner a better person? And if a prisoner is going to die in prison, has any of us not have to repeat for reasons of resources and manpower and resources as far as reagents are concerned? You've seen it yet? Because the police, the stations at which it is done now, which are 16 stations, are too minute for us to have any decent measurement. And you may not have seen any of those turning up with a form. But we have 3 types of...
Commissioner Milton raised a question which Commissioner of Police has also responded to. Commissioner Milton raised the question that when we write to courts, informing them about the age that we suspect X is a juvenile but has been brought to an adult what? Prison. Then the response he said they get is, what is your interest? I don't know whether my brother, Commissioner Police, had that response. I don't know, Milton didn't tell us who asked that question, but of course he knows. Who asks him, what is your what? Not that, are you sure of what you are saying? The question is, what is your? I think we can identify where from and whether police can adequately disqualify the forest, much as it may be ideal. That is one. The second I want you to listen to is, the finding of this court is that SF, a juvenile, then who has now matured from an adult prison, was subjected to torture by the police. I am repeating this. By the police, the state attorney, magistrate, and the prisons, by reminding him to an adult prison, which...
True, we are working as a family, but I believe all of us here, probably 99% are parents. You may have around 4 children. You are assigning them responsibilities. How will you monitor whether they are doing the right thing? You look at what he is doing, to whom you are assigned some duty. So what I was referring here was the responsibility center. If there's a problem, who should be? It's not really a blame game. That is real teamwork. In a team, team A does this, team B does this. It is a team. It's not really a blame game to me. Thank you very much for that. I just wanted to point out what I'd forgotten. One on Justice Tony raised is about isolation. That in some prisons you find prisoners who are TB positive, they are mingling with other prisoners. First of all, why are we doing screening at entry? It is the reason to isolate these people, to separate them from the rest, such that they don't interfere with the rest. And if you go to Maction Bay, referral hospital for inmates, they're a very good facility for TB management. Now, if you go to Chitelia Minimax, I can also tell you that I was commissioner at that time. I delivered Chitelia Minimax. Chitelia Minimax has a complete facility for management of TB. You have a actually the last floor in clinic, it is just for free air in Chitelia. Very large area where people just relax. Also have a section for MDR, these are multi-drug resistant TB, which do come near celebs. So I'm also privileged to be near you today. Thank you very much. The moderator.
Thank you so much. I'm also glad to see you. Let us pass the microphone to the gentleman, actually to the lady. The gents have been speaking a lot. Let us pass the microphone to the lady and later we'll give it to the gentleman.
Thank you so much, moderator, and all protocol observed. My name is Sarah Virungi. I work with the Uganda Human Rights Commission and the Directorate of Monitoring and Inspections. I would like to begin from the point of the Assistant Commissioner General of Prison, the legal environment in our country, and we all agreed with, of course, Uganda Law Reform Commission was on board, and Madame Proskovia was with us, that we need to have to sensitize or to raise awareness across the regions and also bring voices of the, so that we have a case to say that we really need to revisit or reform the HIV and AIDS law that we currently have tonight. So I don't know whether they do screening or they do testing, because it is important. The other comments have already been, I think, handled. Thank you.
Should we get that question responded to first? I had addressed it, just to beg your pardon on that, you had addressed it to?
Mr. Milton, I think Commissioner Milton.
Okay, great. You see how you're a celebrity today? So, yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much for that remark. With due respect, let me give the microphone to our director, where health services actually falls. That is Assistant Commissioner General Tumaibaze John Bosco.
Thank you very much, dear colleague, moderator, and the panel to observe. So the screening must be and the testing done immediately as they arrive. It may be late that they have come in, but they have special take samples, and we detect whether you are a TB case, HIV AIDS case, and even clinically looking at the person, how nourished are you? And thereafter, we place you where you belong and we attend to you accordingly. That's what I have said.
Thank you so much. Now, do allow you a sec.
Moderator, I think malaria really is a killer disease.
Yes.
You can live with HIV, you can live with TB for some time, but malaria can kill very fast. So, because a minor offense, they can decide whether to release the person on bail or not so that they go for treatment. That's why they are complaining of congestion, and I'm sorry that we, the judiciary, are the ones who are causing congestion in the prisons. So the prosecution, the state attorney should be humane to inform court has malaria. They have talked of forms. So, yeah, the structures. I remember one time I went to Chigo and I saw they have tried to put some. A mosquito is so tiny. Somehow they find their way into the in the wards. So I think but when you talk of mosquito nets, can it work with the congestion? They sleep like sardines. They're just packed like sardines in the tin, unlike these other cases we are talking about.
All right, thank you so much. Let us hear from you, Mr. Charles, on how you think in terms of making access to medication when it comes to malaria, how it can better be addressed with your background with the court system and the justice system. How best can we address it?
Thank you so much. Of course, there are times in life when people start to address an issue which basically is really not there. Then the response, whether oral, intravenous, and whatnot, within 1 week, that patient is off, because you have to have preventive interventions. But the reality is that we are really overcrowded in those cells. You have nowhere to tie the net. So mosquitoes will continue having access to inmates. So the best thing is to have enough testing, and we continue as we have always done. Thank you very much.
Information concerning malaria also available, and also regular checkups to determine its levels. And that can easily guide how the prisons can also liaise with the judiciary to see who are these inmates, for instance, on remand that deserve bail as a result of this kind of sickness. Once we have that functional, I know malaria can be easily manageable in the justice system. But once there's break of information, there is no access to medication, then it can become also another serious issue.
In just 3 words, looking back at our theme, removing barriers to prevention and management of diseases from the criminal justice system by using a rights-based approach. I'll start once again with you, Justice Mary. In just your very final remarks, few words, things that every single person here can actually remember. How can we remove these barriers?
By acknowledging the fact that medical treatment is a human right. Access to medical treatment is a human right. So once we acknowledge that, then we shall equip every detention center with medication and personnel, medical personnel, to attend to the patients.
Thank you so much. Acknowledge the fact that access to medical help is a human right. Will be the start to preventing barriers and management of diseases within the criminal justice system. Thank you. Over to you, Mr. Charles. 3 words for easy to remember.
Please remember, all those who come in conflict with the law are also just like you, and any of you can end there. So let's treat them with all their rights as fellow human beings. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Over to you, Councillor Paul Muchibi.
Criminalization of HIV and other infectious disease is not the right strategy to prevent. The strategy to prevent is to acknowledge the existence of the disease and deal with it while upholding rights of those who are positive.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Now, the experts have spoken, so who am I to add anything? But I will say one thing. From all the submissions that have been made here today, it looks and it is that the criminal justice system is like a single family, and it has different members. So if all the different members within this criminal justice system can play their role the right way, if the police does its role and the court system does its role to expedite the process, to make sure the trials are on and everything is done in the right procedures, in the right way, and then the prisons department also does its own role, it looks like then we can have, a good future for everyone to access a treatment if they're caught on the other side of the law. But ultimately, anyone in this room, just remind you of the recent issue we've had with members of parliament, the Iron Sheet saga. No one could have thought of it. At any given point, you can find yourself on the other side of the law. So how about you do your role right and do it really well and on time? So for me, I'm excited that we've started the conversation, and if we can get this conversation from the boardroom and implement it, do the practicals of it, then we can ultimately create the change we want to do as a country within the justice system that we all strive to have. So thank you so much for being a wonderful audience. And this is the part where we say we clap for ourselves. So thank you so much for staying. I see how we started is how we've concluded. I want us to raise our hands together to give a round of applause to our panel speakers. I think you've done such a great job, and I've been so honored to be your moderator today. Thank you so much.
Great job, great job. Well done. Another round of applause to our panelists and our moderator. Thank you so much for a job well done. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the tail end of our program. Unfortunately, we are unable to have the minister. He got an abrupt program that he could not avoid, so we will not be able to have him with us this afternoon. However, we shall have one of our esteemed judges making the final remarks today. But before he does that, please permit me to recognize the presence of some of you. I'll start with the Honorable Director of Public Prosecutions, Lady Justice Jane Francis Abodo. Thank you for making it today. We have in our presence Justice Vincent Wagona. We have in our presence Lady Justice Margaret Mutonyi, one of our panelists. We have in our presence the Senior Technical Advisor, Governance and Security Program, Ms. Rachel Odoi. Thank you for coming. We have the Chairperson of the Law Reform Commission, Dr. Pamela Tibihikira Kaliejira. Thank you for coming. We have in our presence the former Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions, also one of our panelists, Mr. Charles Elemo Gwal. Thank you for coming. We have in our presence Senior Counsel Paul Muchibi, also one of our panelists from LDC. Thank you for coming. We have Ms. Betty Kisa, Principal Assistant Director of Public Prosecutions, formerly in the Office of the DPP. Thank you so much for coming. We also have in our presence some members of top management of the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions. We have Mr. Odumbi James Owere, in charge of international affairs and prosecutions. We have in our midst the representative of the Commissioner General of Prisons, John Bosco Tumwebaze, Assistant Commissioner General, Administration. Thank you so much for coming. We also have Dr. Musoba Nelson, Director General, Uganda AIDS Commission. Thank you so much for coming. We have in our midst Ms. Sarah Naku, Community Development Specialist, UNAIDS. Thank you so much for coming. We have Assistant Inspector General of Police, Grace Akulo, Director Interpol. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you all for gracing this meeting with your presence. Please permit me now to invite the Director of Public Prosecutions to invite our esteemed judge who is going to make the final remarks. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Jackie, and thank you for the moderation was on point. And you had a great team as well. So it made it, and we learned a lot. Thank you so much once again. And mine is here just to invite Justice Vincent Wagona. I don't know whether you have a third name, whether you got a third name after crossing, to come and give the final remarks. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, the DPP. The Honorable the Honorable Director of Public Prosecutions, Honorable Judges of the High Court, Honorable Members of Parliament present, Chairpersons of Constitutional Commissions, the Senior Technical Advisor, Governance and Security Program, the Inspector General of Police, the Commissioner General of Prisons, members of top management of the Office of the DPP, former members of top management of the Office of the DPP. I'm one of them. I see Charles there and Betty. Heads of international organizations, executive directors, heads of non-government organizations, officials from ministries, departments, and agencies, members of the Fourth Estate, distinguished dignitaries in all your respective capacities, and our distinguished panelists who have taken us through most of the day. I want to make it clear that I'm not the Minister of Justice, and whether you look at me from far or near, you can easily tell that I'm not, and also I'm not about to be. It is recalled that HIV, AIDS, and TB are leading causes of morbidity and mortality in prisons, and a significant public health issue affecting all regions of the world. The UNAIDS Strategy 2016 to 2021, the World Health Organization Global Health Sector Strategy on HIV 2016-2021, and the World Health Organization End TB Strategy 2019 identify people in prisons as a key population whose needs must be addressed to achieve the targets to ending AIDS and TB. The risks of HIV and TB infection affects people held in prison, those working in prisons, their families, the entire community, and all stakeholders. So this calls for holistic interventions at all justice sector levels. We know that the DPP has the mandate to prosecute criminal cases in all courts, except the court-martial, but we also know that in exercising the powers of the DPP, she has to have regard to the public interest, the interest of the administration of justice, and the need to prevent abuse of legal process. In the context of the need to ensure interests of administration of justice, covers the interests of the accused, but also the interests of the victim. And therefore, it calls for interventions that ensure that all interests are covered. And in the context of the interests of justice, then also comes the right to health, and in that context, the right to ensure that issues relating to HIV, TB, and malaria are also addressed. In today's panel discussions, I'm sure we have a number of points to take away. And some of the things that came to my mind, of course, the law on aggravated defilement makes it an aggravated offense when the accused has HIV. And it does not matter, according to the way the law is structured, whether that person knew that they have HIV. I've been looking at some of our decisions, and what I noticed is that although having HIV is already an element of the offense, in most decisions, the judicial officers also consider it as an aggravating factor when sentencing, therefore attracting a much harsher sentence when the person had HIV. And what came to my mind is that maybe what we should be looking at as an aggravating factor is if the person did it knowingly, other than just having HIV. The other issue is, which I was alluded to, is to investigate the process. If this person had HIV, by the time you are sentencing him, what is the impact of this HIV on them? Based on the impact, could it be a mitigating factor? The other thing is the mere fact, and we are sharing this with Mr. Dumbi there, the mere fact that at the time of testing the girl, after the offense, she had HIV, does it mean that it was the accused who infected her? Because we have also been told about the window period. So it may be that likely that she had HIV before, so the mere fact that the accused has HIV may not necessarily mean he's the one who infected the victim. So, in conclusion, of course, we are here because although the DPP is independent, they realize that they need all of us, the stakeholders. And that is why we were invited. So I thank everyone for responding to the invitation and for coming to share experiences. And above all, I thank the panelists. If they had decided to abscond or to protest and refuse to come here to share their experiences, would not have made much progress. I thank you all for coming, and I wish you journey mercies back to your respective stations. For God and my country, I take the pleasure to close the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Justice Wagona, for bringing it to a beautiful end. Ladies and gentlemen, lunch is ready and will be served in the balcony upstairs. However, I would like us to take a group photograph, and we're going to do it piecemeal. We're going to do it at the photo booth on my right. I will kindly request the Honorable DPP to arise from her seat together with the panelists. Let's have Justice Wagona join them and members of the front row first. The photo booth is on my right side, where we have seats arranged for you. Let's have the Honorable DPP, Justice Wagona, the panelists seated. Ms. Rachel Odoi, please join them. Mr. Dumbi, all those at the front. Ms. Prosi, can you please assist with that? All right, can we please have the others join them? Those who are seated, you're the constant. Thank you so much. Can we have the next two tables on my right? Join those who are seated. Thank you so much. The next two tables, 2 or 3, please join. And the next 2 or 3, the last group. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome for lunch. Lunch is upstairs in the balcony. Please feel free to enjoy your lunch. Bon appetit. Thank you so much once again for coming and gracing this meeting.